show group today that would like to experience that, send somebody up to the announcer's booth here and we'll get them registered. So once again, it's going to be at the very end of the show.
Just attention to the 4-H exhibitors. We will be starting our 4-H portion of the show in approximately 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming out to the 72nd Easter Beef Show and Sale. Looks like it's going to be a great couple of days. We have the largest number of 4-H exhibitors we've had at least in 10 years, which is exciting in itself. And we also have a lot of up-and-coming Pee-wee members here as well. One thing I would like to announce to the families of our younger family members, we are at the very end of the show following champion and reserve placings, and after the best pair of steers, we're going to hold a Pee-wee class. So if you are interested, come up and let me know at the announcer's booth. We'll get you signed up and you'll have a chance to show in the Easter Beef Ring. We're pleased to have our event live streamed again this year with Universum. So many of our exhibitors who are unable to attend can at least watch the show and sale online. The banquet is a go for this evening to recognize our buyers and our exhibitors. So the reception will start at 7 o'clock upstairs at top of the park, with the banquet starting at 7:30. At this time, I'd just like to take a minute and thank some of our event sponsors. These folks are sponsors year after year, and the show really couldn't happen without them. So we have Atlantic Beef Products, Atlantic Stockyards, Arsenault Best Cameron Ellis, Amalgamated Dairies Limited, the Trophy Hut, Cornwall Independent Grocer, and Feasible Fuels, and other sponsors that we'll mention as the morning goes on. Their support each goes a long way to helping ensure our show and sale are a success. I think James Worth, our president, is close by, and he's just going to say a few words to kick off the sale.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Easter Beef Show today. I'd like to thank Linda and Frida for all their work, the exhibitors for all their help to get ready, and the board of directors for their help in organizing. I'd like to thank Jeff Scott and his daughter Amanda for taking the time to come down and judge our cattle on PEI. So with no further ado, I'd like to welcome you to the show.
An important note for some of you is that Tim Hortons is open over on the rink side, so if you're in need of a coffee, it's not very far away. For the first time in our 66-year history of Easter seals, they're proud to have 2 ambassadors instead of 1 representing their organization. Twin sisters Caitlin Rogers and Megan Rogers live in Cornwall with their parents, Andrea and Kevin, and their golden retriever, Max. Hopefully you'll have a chance to meet the Easter Seals ambassadors over the next 2 days. Campaign chair for 2023 is Pat Campbell, and if you check their website at eastersealspei.org, you'll learn how you can donate. Thanks again to Caitlin and Megan and the Easter Seals organizers for letting us work with you on this excellent fundraising cause. So this show this morning will begin with our 4-H classes and will be followed immediately by the open show. I'd like to introduce our judges for the day. We have Jeff Scott and his daughter Amanda Scott. So today's judge, Jeff, is from Drumbo, Ontario. With his wife, Doreen, they have raised 6 children and own and operate a 500-acre cash crop operation in southern Ontario. Jeff farms with his oldest son, Ryan, and has for the last 10 years, and they raise and market approximately 20,000 market hogs each year. They also run a 30-head Simmental and commercial herd of cows, raising show and breeding cattle, and I'm sure you've seen the Scott show cattle prefix. The entire family is involved in showing throughout the year, which concludes at the Royal Winter Fair in Toronto each fall. Jeff's daughter Amanda is also here with him today. She resides in Calgary, Alberta, with her partner Tyler McMurray and their 2 children, Riley and Walker. Amanda attended Lethbridge College and completed her studies in animal science. Both Amanda and Tyler have T-Mac Cattle Company, a 50-head cow herd raising show steers and Simmental cattle. Amanda continues her work with youth throughout Alberta and Saskatchewan, putting on showmanship and clipping clinics at the 4-H events. Amanda has graciously agreed to judge the 4-H showmanship today. Please join me in giving a maritime welcome to Jeff and Amanda Scott. I'd now like to welcome Julie Ramsey, who will be your 4-H announcer for this morning.
Good morning. We are getting ready to have our first class into the ring for today's Easter Beef Show. Our first 4-H class of the day is the junior showmanship class. Entering the ring, we have Harness 92, Hayden Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. Harness 116, Addison Potts of the North River 4-H Club. 99, Connor Yunker of the North River 4-H Club. Harness 91, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. And harness number 106, Carly Duncan of the North River 4-H Club.
Well, a really good group of juniors to start off the day. The little boy here that wins the class, he is just showing beyond his years right now. I'm very impressed with how he's doing. He's always attentive, had those feet set up perfect each time and quick. The young lady that comes in second, this is actually her first time showing, and I was really impressed by that. She had the feet set up. I did suggest to all these kids, because they're of their size, they're at a bit of a disadvantage. I just want all these kids to step closer to the nose of their calf so they don't get lost. The last three kids ending off the class, young man, he did incredible, and it's always tough being the first calf in the class, but the calf, you can tell, has been worked on tremendously at home. He was always, I just suggested you just need to pay attention to those hind wheels and get them set up properly as quick as you can. The last two ladies that finish off the class maybe didn't have the best acting ones, and that probably put them where they're at today. You just want to get the job done at home, and hopefully they act a little bit better the next time you come out. But a great group of juniors to start off the day.
Our champion show person today receives a trophy donated by McCain Produce Incorporated. First place junior showman goes to Connor Yunker of the North River 4-H Club. Second place, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. Third, Hayden Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. Fourth, Carly Duncan of the North River 4-H Club. And fifth to Addison Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Our next class getting ready to enter the ring will be our intermediate showmanship class. This is for members between the ages of 12 and 14 years of age. Entering the ring, we have Cassidy Holmes of the North River 4-H Club. Bella Ray Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club. Kinley Duncan of the North River 4-H Club. And Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club. I would ask that our senior members start making their way to ringside.
not a very big group of intermediate showmen, but the young man that starts off the class, I just loved how calm and controlled he was, slow to use the show stick, relax that calf. And what I really appreciated about this kid is he was quick to set up, but also use the ring. And I encourage all those senior showmen at ringside right now, just be aware of the ring. It isn't as big as you'd hope, so use it. Get closer to these panels, give each other tons of space. There's no need to be any more crowded than what we have in the ring right now. Young lady in second, it was just a matter of how quick you could set up the calf. You guys both did an incredible job. Really calm, really slow in your transitions, very smooth. You both are incredible to watch. Now the last two, unfortunately, just had calves that did not want to be here today. The young lady, you were so calm with a calf that didn't want to act. My suggestion to her was when that calf gets bouncing around, just circle and try and get yourself repositioned as quick as possible. But again, really good job for the animal you had in here today. And the young lady that ends off the class, again, had a calf that just wants to fight her quite a bit at the halter. I suggested trying to get ahead of that calf. Unfortunately, she is fighting that halter quite a bit and getting lost behind that calf. I didn't really get to have a good eye on her. But again, a great set of intermediate showmen, and congrats to both.
Our champion intermediate show person receives a trophy donated by McCain Produce Incorporated. Our champion intermediate show person today is Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club, with second going to Bella Ray Matheson of Somerville 4-H Club, third to Cassidy Holmes of the North River 4-H Club, and fourth to Kinley Duncan of the North River 4-H Club. Up next into the ring is our senior showmanship class. This is for our members aged 15 to 21 years of age. Because the class has 11 members in it, we will be splitting it into 2 heats. Entering the ring for Heat 1 will be Sawyer Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club. Daniel Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Madison Perch of the Millview Vernon River Club. Cassidy Cudmore of the North River 4-H Club. Isabel Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club. And Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. At this time, I would also like to ask the first and second place junior and intermediate show people to be on ringside to compete for the champion 4-H showmanship class.
So I have these first two gentlemen in no particular order. They're going to come back and I'll talk about them a little bit later. Both individuals that actually are at quite a disadvantage in terms of their height with these calves. I have a brother myself that is about the same size, and I always tell him, you know, it looks like you're slouching, it looks like you're a little bit unprofessional because you're trying to size down to the calf that you have, but I can really appreciate both these guys being able to work with what they got, and I understand it is a size disadvantage. The young lady that comes in third here, I can really realize this calf is trying to fight her at the lead, but she stays so calm and in control. And with that, that's calming that calf down and makes them look like they're really working as a good pair, regardless of the fact that she is fighting this calf quite a bit. She gets it set up as quick as she possibly can. She walks that calf into stance, and I think that's really, really important. Young man that comes behind her, again, he absolutely nailed the question. I asked each individual what they liked about their calf, and they'd give me their answer. I say, how would you showcase those qualities in this calf? You got to be able to know the good and the bad that comes with each individual calf and how you can showcase that and hide the flaws. And he nailed that calf. He understood that it's a big frame calf. You have to keep it stout, square, have that hip popping. The unfortunate part is he got stuck in a corner. And I told him, you know, as much as it sucks and you're in a tough spot, you got to angle that calf, even on a 45, head toward the ring, so I can still appreciate that calf from every angle. Same with the young lady that comes behind him. Again, a calf that just wants to swing out, not cooperate too much with this young lady. It's important if you're out of line and you're not, you know, your head's facing the crowd. I want to get that calf spinned around, shoulders and head more angled towards the judge, just so I can see every bit of that calf and you're not getting hidden behind them. And young lady that finishes off the class, really calm, really in control, and nice to watch on the halter. I would just like to have this young lady analyze this calf a little bit more and see those flaws and see what that calf can showcase and be able to do that out here today. But a great class of seniors, and I'll see the next two in a little bit.
The first heat of senior showmanship, third place goes to Madison Perch of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Fourth goes to Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Fifth goes to Isabel Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club. And sixth goes to Cassidy Cudmore of the North River 4-H Club. Both Sawyer Acorn and Daniel Natty will return for the champion senior showmanship. Entering the ring for our second heat of senior showmanship, we have Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club, Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club, Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club, Austin Corrigan of the Fort Augustus 4-H Club, and Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club.
Another great group of senior showmen. Again, these first two gentlemen are in no particular order. Very calm, very in control. Both gentlemen, I love the fact that you're walking these calves into their placement. It makes everybody's life a whole lot easier, and it's a lot quicker than poking at feet, so thank you very much for that. Young lady that comes in third kind of was my troubled one because I love how calm and collective she is. She's so fluent and really, really got to appreciate how she works with this particular calf. She was fighting the halter a little bit, but when you look at this individual showing, she just has it, it's not affecting her in any way. My problem with this one was with these ghost halters, and I know she's using one of them, where the placement is for the hand, it does appear like she's giving that calf a little bit too much lead, giving it a little bit too much room to fight that halter, but again, I know that's from a halter standpoint. Young man that follows her, just again, I'll say it again, when you're at those corners of the ring, I just really want to see that shoulder and that head pointed more towards the judge. Again, you get lost when you're pointed towards the crowd, and that's just what happened here today. And the young gentleman that ends off the class, I spoke with him and I said, I just want to see a little bit more eye contact. I want to see that you know where I'm at in the ring here. And he did tell me his calf really doesn't like the feet touch, so he kept him calm and collective, but I would like to see that feet placement proper and as quick as possible. But again, a great group of senior showmen.
Third place for our second heat of senior showmanship goes to Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Fourth place goes to Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. And fifth place goes to Austin Corrigan of the Fort Augustus 4-H Club. Next in our ring will be the champion senior show person. Coming back into the ring, we'll have Sawyer Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club. Daniel Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club. And Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club. I would also ask that our first and second place junior and intermediate show people come to ringside.
Well, both these young men, I think a lot of these calves are getting tired of this already. This young man that starts off the class and is your champion senior showman, just very calm and in control. And I commented on both these guys about their height being actually quite a disadvantage for the two of them, but they both did a tremendous job with the size difference between them and their calves. The young man that comes over the top, he's just so calm and collective. His calf does want to fight him a bit, and you wouldn't even know it by the facial expression, so just very well put together. And you really got to find that line of standing out without being a distraction. And I think you and your calf work so incredibly well together, despite that size difference, because it does look a little bit odd to have such a frame-sized calf with such a tall guy, but you do a tremendous job with what you have. Young man that comes in second, again, this could be flipped either way. It was just a matter of that calf wants to get out of line, wants to pull himself towards the crowd. It's just a matter of getting that calf lined up square in line with the calf. I know they started fighting quite a bit, but again, this could go either way with these top two. Young man that comes in third, again, this is where I make sure I remember the questions that I ask these kids, and you really got to understand your calf. You need to showcase those qualities that you see in that calf, but also understand how to hide the flaws in that particular calf. And as a showman, you come into the ring and you should know those flaws and what you want to showcase as a show person. And the young man that comes in, fourth here, that calf again just wanted to get a little bounced around. I just want to encourage you, when those calves get out of place, just spin them around. That calf is great to watch on the move, so there's nothing wrong with spinning that calf around and getting them set back up in place. But again, a great group of seniors send off.
Our champion senior show person receives a trophy today, donated by Atlantic Beef Products. Our champion showman for today is Daniel Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Second place goes to Sawyer Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club. Third goes to Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club. And Parker Smith comes in fifth with the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Next into the show ring, we'll have our champion overall show person. We will ask our top two junior show person, Connor Yunker and Harper Ramsey, both of the North River 4-H Club. We also have our intermediate show people. We have Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club and Bella Ray Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club. And for our senior show people, we have Daniel Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club and Sawyer Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club.
Well, I just want to thank all of you for allowing me to be here to sort through all these kids today. There's nothing I love more than this showmanship deal. My partner Tyler and I, we love doing showmanship judging, and we love putting on clinics. We do showmanship clinics and fitting clinics and clipping clinics, and there's nothing I love more, and there's a reason why I individually spoke with these kids here today, because when we do our clinics, I know these kids get a lot more out of that one-on-one talk, and I think it's important, and I think they deserve it. There are two individuals out here that, like I said before, they stand out without being a distraction, and I think that's the key to a good showman, and it's finding that line between the two. And there's two individuals out here that do that tremendously, and you just love to watch them. You love to see how smooth and fluent they are in their movements, how well they work with their calf. You know, it's not them and the calf, it's them together. And I think that's important, and I think it's important to understand your calves. You can't come into this ring without knowing those flaws and knowing those traits that you want to showcase in that calf, and there's two individuals that met that and beyond. So I want to thank you all for having me out here, and I want to give these kids a round of applause. I'll go select your champions.
Congratulations to our champion overall show person today, Daniel Natty, and he will be the recipient of the Glenn Cotton Award. Reserve champion show person today goes to Sawyer Acorn. We will move right along into our confirmation classes. Our first class this morning will be the Charlet class, and we have one entry. And we'll also welcome Jeff Scott into the ring for judging of the confirmation classes. Today's judge for our 4-H confirmation class is Jeff Scott from Drumbo, Ontario. With his wife Doreen, they have raised 6 children and own and operate a 500-acre cash crop operation in southern Ontario. Jeff farms with his oldest son Ryan for the last 10 years, raising and marketing approximately 20,000 market hogs each year. They run a 30-head Simmental and commercial herd of cows, raising show and breeding cattle under the Scott Show Cattle Prefix. The entire family is involved in showing throughout the year, which concludes at the Royal Winter Fair in Toronto each year.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, exhibitors, and thanks to the show for the invitation for Amanda and I to come down this year. As we start the confirmation class, just a single entry here. It's a pretty good steer, handles really nice, big stout bone steer, really nice down his top. These are kind of market-ready cattle that you just hope for at this time of year or whatever. And yeah, just a great steer to start the show off.
Congratulations to Isabel Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club. Our next class entering the ring is our heifer class. We have entries from Bella Ray Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club, Hayden Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club, and Cassidy Cudmore of the North River 4-H Club.
Well, in the market heifer class here, we've got two different types here. We've got a logical start here on this first heifer, very complete heifer, really elegant up through her front end, clean up through her chest floor and up into her neck and head. Really a nice traveling female, long-bodied, not a lot of holes in this one, handles extremely well. Just a nice place to start in this class. We followed it with a heifer that didn't match in this group, but a heifer that handles extremely well. She's sound off both ends. She carries a little more through the front third than the heifer we have in third, but I think a more carcass desirable female, and just a little more volume and capacity, and a little more sound than the heifer we got in third. Now we like the shape and type and kind of this heifer in third, would have matched a little better with our class winner, but just gets outpowered with the volume and mass that this heifer's got in second place. But three nice, well-marketed animals, all market ready for today.
Congratulations to our market heifer class. First place goes to Hayden Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. Second place goes to Cassidy Cudmore of the North River 4-H Club. And third goes to Bella Ray Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club. Our next class into the ring is our Hereford class. Entering the ring, we have Austin Corrigan of the Fort Augustus 4-H Club, Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club, and Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. I would ask the exhibitors with limousine to please come to ringside.
Well, this is an interesting class here. We've definitely got the freshest, most useful one on top of the class. Handles extremely well. He's got a fresh appearance about him. He just kind of bang on for the day as far as his condition. You walk behind these, you see the muscle shape and the twist in this steer. Just really powerful. Nice up through the front end. Good and sound. Just kind of one of those fault-free type. The steer we got that follows up, I think, just got a little more mass to him than the steer we got to round out the class in third. I think probably the show came a little late for him. He's probably matured and been held there for a little bit. Just takes away a bit from the freshness. He's matured up through his front end a little bit and carrying a little more condition in that bottom third of his body. But really a big capacity steer, big top, handles nice. Just a little further along in condition. And as we round out a steer that is fresh and youthful, kind of like our class winner, just gives up some overall mass and just can't get past that big steer we got in second as far as yield potential and meat and mass. So very, very good class of steers.
Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors. First place goes to Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Second place, Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. And third goes to Austin Corrigan of the Fort Augustus 4-H Club. Our next class entering the ring is our limousine class. Entering the ring, we have Daniel Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club and Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club. I would ask that members exhibiting in the main Anjou class to please start making your way to ringside. At this time, I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors for the 4-H portion of the Easter Beef Show: Green Diamond Equipment, Agro Co-op Association, Atlantic Beef Products, Atlantic Veterinary College, HJV Equipment, Island Petroleum, Macquarie Family, Maritime Simmental Association, McCain Produce Incorporated, Metro Home Building Center, Noring Road Custom, PEI Angus Association, PEI Cattle Producers, PEI Easter Beef Show and Sale, PEI Hereford Breeders Association, PEI Shorthorn Association, the PEI 4-H Trust, and Phillips Agri Service.
This is one of those classes where you could probably have an argument either way. When you show his breeds, you get some variation in weights, definitely, and definitely frame score here. We're electing to use this big power steer winning the class with the big butt end. A lot of stifle muscle in this steer, really big topped. The only question is he big enough to beat the big powerhouse beside him? And I think when you get in behind him, we just love this steer winning the class of the amount of muscle shape he's got. Really a well-balanced steer, and then we get him into motion. He really tracks out nice, smooth, and if he's got a twin sister heifer, I think moderate in her size and would make a replacement female. We like this calf that follows next to him, the big steer, an awful lot. Really nice, long-sided. He's a rib or two longer, frame size or two larger, but really fed nice, market ready, clean up through his front end. A little more restricted when we put him on the movement, but I think he just gives up a little hip when you compare side by side with these steers to the steer that wins the class, but really a nice pair of market steers.
Congratulations to our limousine exhibitors. First place goes to Daniel Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club, and second goes to Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club. Next class entering the ring is the main Anjou. We have two exhibitors today. Entering the ring, we have Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. And Kinley Duncan of the North River 4-H Club. At this time, I would ask 4-H members exhibiting in the Shorthorn class to please start making your way to ringside.
This pair of steers, there's a little give and take here. You could talk yourself either way, I think. We elected to use the steer that handled the best, and when you get in behind them, I think there's a little more hip and a little more lower quarter in this black steer. He's a little longer bodied. As I said, he's market ready. He handles extremely well. We like the shape and type and kind in the steer in second. A little more belly and just a little shallower quartered on this steer. I think he maybe just going to get out hung in the end by this steer winning the class, but we really like the shape and kind. We prefer the front third on this steer in second, but I think he just got outpowered here by a steer that's going to outgrade him and going to hang a better carcass in the end.
Congratulations to our main Anjou exhibitors. First place goes to Kinley Duncan of the North River 4-H Club, and second place goes to Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Next class entering the show ring is our Shorthorn class. Entering the ring, we have Cassidy Holmes of the North River 4-H Club. Addison Potts of the North River 4-H Club. And Sawyer Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club. I would like to ask our member exhibiting in the Scimitar class to please make your way to ringside.
in this market class. We get a couple of them have been in a time already and are ready to get out of here. Big power steer winning the class. I think definitely the most level top steer, especially from hook to pin. Get in behind him. I really like how he rolls out over his hip. Big wide top steer, lots of bone under him, market ready. For a steer this size and power, still clean and neat up through his front end. Just a really good, useful steer and really sound. Kind of a close second to him here, a steer that just doesn't quite handle with quite as much cover. Maybe gets a little peaked over tail head and you get in behind, he hasn't got the spread between his pins that this class winner does, but we really like the steer, long-bodied, smooth, and lots of bone, gets out and moves really sound. Nice steer to follow up our class winner. And we round out the class with a black steer that's very complete, sound. Like the pattern of this steer up through his front third. A steer that probably another month, possibly even 2 to get into the maturity of this steer in first. And then this steer is going to get competitive then because you really like the look of this steer in third as well. So nice class of steers.
Congratulations to our shorthorn exhibitors. First place goes to Sawyer Acorn of the Grand River East 4-H Club. Second place, Addison Potts of the North River 4-H Club. And third to Cassidy Holmes of the North River 4-H Club. Our next class entering the ring will be our scimitar class. We have one exhibitor this morning. Entering the ring, we have Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club. I would ask at this time, members showing Angus, please start making your way to ringside.
Well, just a single entry here. This is a pretty nice calf. You kind of look for the holes in a few when you trying to select with just a single one, but I mean, this one gets around the ring really nice. We just don't find a real hole in him. He's not a big hairy thing. What you see is what you get with this one. He's very sound-footed on all four corners. Pretty adequately thick when you get in behind him. Nice level top, nice fronted. This is pretty well put together calf. You know, 1230, I think he said he weighs. He's kind of a handy weight. I think as far as his condition goes, I think he's just getting there now. He's adequately finished to go to market. So, I mean, it's a pretty well-rounded cow or calf. Probably stood a little more competition.
Congratulations to our Simmental first place, Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Next class entering the ring, we'll have our Angus Entering the ring, we have Carly Duncan of the North River 4-H Club, Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club, Connor Yunker of the North River 4-H Club, and Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club.
Well, we took a few extra minutes on this class. We've got some pretty competitive steers here. We elected to use the big powerhouse steer to start the class here. Big power, the first pair here, real big hip steers, big top. I think the steer winning the class is the most youthful about his front third, maybe a little cleaner up through his chest floor and up through his neck and crest. Probably a rib or two longer than the good steer we've got in second. Both handle extremely well. I think there's a little more stoutness maybe to this lead steer as well. We like this steer in second an awful lot, just showing a little more maturity up through his front end, through the chest floor, and probably gives up maybe a rib to this class winner. Next we have a steer in third we liked an awful lot. He types maybe with the class winner a little better, but as you get in behind you can see a little difference in the overall stoutness of the steer. Gives up a little volume, a little thickness. He handles really well. He's nice on the move, nice clean up through his front end, just gives up some power to the two above him. And then we round out the class with a good black steer. I think we can see gives up a little performance to run with these steers that probably outweigh him by 150 pounds, 200 pounds. So a little more time on feed to move him up any farther.
Congratulations to this year's Angus exhibitors. First place goes to Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. Second goes to Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Third, Connor Yunker of the North River 4-H Club. And fourth to Carly Duncan of the North River 4-H Club. At this time, we have asked that Carly stay in the ring. She is our youngest show person registered for the show this year. So she will be receiving a trophy donated by the Trophy Hut. I think she deserves a big round of applause. She did a great job this morning. Entering the ring is our last confirmation class for the day, our other beef breed, and we have one entry from Madison Perch of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club.
A nice calf in the single entry we have in the last class of the day. Really sound, long-bodied steer. I think again he's one that's just getting there in his condition, just market ready. Like how he moves, nice clean up through his front end. an extra rib in this steer, really long bodied, this nice kind of a calf.
Entering the ring now is our 4-H champion breed class. We're asking that the first and second place in each breed class return to the ring for the selection of the champion and reserve champion animal. So entering the ring, we will have Isabel Acorn, Hayden Ramsey, Cassidy Cudmore, Austin Potts, Isaac Drake, Daniel Natty, Parker Smith, Kinley Duncan, Gabrielle Natty, Sawyer Acorn, Addison Potts, Nolan Potts, Harper Ramsey, and Caleb Drake, and Madison Perch.
Well, I apologize for the length of time here. We like to focus a little on movement here. It gets tough when there's a tight tight ring. Yeah, we just judged the steers. There weren't a lot in the classes, so we did have a good look on the on the move in their class. We need to pick these steers that got some function, some soundness. They all got a full sister somewhere, and I think there's quite a variation in our market weights now of size. I honestly don't know what the right size is anymore. We've got some really good steers here that are a little smaller framed. We've got heifers that are really, really good in the same class, whether they're the same size or weight as the bigger steers or not. I don't really have a preference on size. We just want some quality and market readiness in our market steers. We'll declare this champion, and then we'll get a reserve in, give him a quick look, and get a reserve. Excellent 4-H show.
Congratulations. Our champion 4-H market steer today is owned by Austin Potts, and reserve goes to Harper Ramsey. Congratulations to all members today. There was a lot of hard work put into your animals, and it paid off. We'll just stop for a few minutes and take some pictures of our champion and reserve champion 4-H animals. We do have one more 4-H class following this, and it is our Green Diamond Calf to Market. This is open to members who have continued with the same animal they exhibited as the 4-H calf last summer. We do have 3 entries. We have Bella Ray Matheson from the Somerville 4-H Club, Hayden Ramsey from the North River 4-H Club, and Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club.
Well, as we pull this class in, we've seen these already. The more we see this heifer we're using on top of the class, the more we like her. I think she's a heifer that types in with our champion market animals today awfully well. Just gets outpowered in size and scale to the big steers. Really like how deep flanked this heifer is. She's a little deeper through her flank, a little nicer out of the top of her shoulder up into her neck than the steer that follows her, but we really like this pair an awful lot. Very sound, functional. I think the steer that follows next, probably just getting there in terms of his condition. I think the steer's just getting better right now. Probably a month from now, you'll be better yet. We like how sound he is, fresh, youthful, long-bodied. I think just gives up a little in the depth of flank, and the way he handles maybe just a little not as mature as the good market heifer winning in class. And as we round out with the heifer, like her on the stance, nice tight heifer, just gets a little more restricted in her movement to when she's come up against some really free moving animals standing ahead of her in class.
Congratulations to members in the calf to market class. First place goes to Hayden Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. Second place, Austin Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Third place goes to Bella Ray Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club. We're going to break for about 10 minutes before we continue with the confirmation open show classes.
Test, test. Okay, so we're ready to start with our open show. The future of Easter beef, I think, is in very good hands with the quality of the 24-H'ers that just finished. Every year they get stronger and stronger, and just an exceptional bunch of young show people. At this time, I just remind you again of some of our event sponsors that make this event happen every year. Atlantic Beef Products, Atlantic Stockyards, Arsenault Best, Cameron Ellis, the Trophy Hut, Cornwall Independent Grocer, Feasible Fuels, Vanco Flowers, and Noring Road Custom, just a few of them. And their support goes such a long way to making this show happen. Maybe one of the highlights of this afternoon, next to the Grand and Reserve Champion crowning, is our Pee Wee class, new this year. So at the very end of the show this afternoon, we invite any Pee Wee exhibitors, and there's no age limit, I guess. If you're new to it, come on out. But we have 5 entries now for the Pee Wee class, so don't leave too quick. You want to watch them for sure. So I'm going to call on Emily Junker, and we'll get the open show started.
Hello. Today's judge, Jeff Scott, is from Drumbo, Ontario. With his wife Doreen, they have raised 6 children and own and operate a 500-acre cash crop operation in southern Ontario. Jeff farms with his oldest son Ryan for the last 10 years, raising and marketing approximately 20,000 market hogs each year. They run a 30-head Simmental and commercial herd of cows, raising show and breeding cattle under the Scott Show cattle prefix. With the entire family is involved in showing throughout the year, which concludes at the Royal Winter Fair in Toronto each year. The first open class in the ring will be Charlet, and we have one entry, tag number 107, exhibited by Colby McCory and Derek Sanderson. Following the placing of this open class, we are looking for our 4H Charlet entry, number 85 Isabella Acorn, to join us in the ring for the selection of the Grand Champion and Reserve Charlet.
Well, a single entry in the Charlie open steers here. I guess he's 1150, she says. This steer looks like a tank to me when he walked in. He's got the, he picks him up and kind of sets him down with some authority. Steer that strikes me as just being a heavier, more powerful steer. Maybe it's just the way he's designed. Very full of meat from end to end. Really attractive kind of a package of a show steer. Pretty sound on the hind end. I like him up through the front end. Maybe that rear pasture and just not quite as outside left. Maybe just doesn't put it down quite as sound. But this is a really good steer. Handles really nice. For a steer of that frame, he's adequately finished from one end to the other. Nice down over his rib. This is a real nice package. In this overall Char division, we're going to go with a smaller steer. We're steer guys. We like them pretty. Pretty tough to get around this steer. If I change him, I'd make him bigger. But a pair of really good steers, but there's a lot of look and a lot of good in this little calf to win the overall champion steer, and a lot of power. He looks heavier than what they're saying he's weighing, but really adequate. He's just full from end to end. It's a really good steer, a pair of really good market steers.
So for the Charlet class, the grand champion goes to Colby McCory and Derek Sanderson, and the reserve goes to Isabella Acorn. Next up is the heifer class. We're looking for one entry in this class, tag number 125, exhibited by Austin and Ian Drake. Following the placing of this open class, we're looking for the first and second place 4-H heifers, number 92, Hayden Ramsey, and number 103, Cassidy Cudmore, to join us in the ring for the selection of the grand champion and reserve champion heifer.
Single heifer in our open class here. Nice, well-fed heifer. Handle's really nice. I think she's right bang on for the show today. Long-bodied. Heifer wants to get a little under herself on the move, on the hind leg, but really a nice kind of a female. Looks good from behind. Lots of top, lots of shape. Really functional female.
Trophy for champion heifer is donated by John and Leroy McKinley Memorial Trophy.
Our overall heifer division, just love this champion heifer we've used here. We've seen her earlier and used her. Very complete heifer. If she was any bigger, she'd run with the top end steers and for that overall title in the 4-H. Heifer we're following up was the open heifer here. I think type-wise, type and kind, she matches quite nicely with the champion. Long-bodied, thick, well-fed heifer. Nice pair.
So for the heifer class, the grand champion goes to Hayden Ramsey and the reserve champion to Austin and Ian Drake. Next is the Hereford class, and we're looking for 3 entries in this class. Number 95, Matt McNeil, number 105, Ryan Boswell, and number 114, Ben and Maya McCory and Sophie Sanderson. I'd ask the first and second place 4-H Hereford exhibitors, Austin Potts, number 117, and number 122, Isaac Drake, to be ready to come back into the ring following the placing of this class.
This class gets kind of interesting here. We got a pair of the blacks that are similar. They're real show steers. We're going to go with this very complete steer here to win the class. I think he's a steer. You comparing two good ones like this, I think the lead steer is just a little deeper through his bottom third, a little deeper flanked, moves up into a little cleaner up through his chest floor and up through his neck area, extends up through his crest and into his head a little neater. A steer, I like him from behind. He's got depth a quarter. And a steer that handles very well. All three of these steers are fed right and kind of bang on for the show. The steer in second we liked an awful lot as well. Probably a steer that could win a lot of breed classes, steers that can win at a lot of different shows, but you just kind of run up against a monster here in this particular class. A steer, I guess he's on the upper end as far as frame score. There's nothing wrong, I guess, with a 1450 or whatever he is at his natural weight. Most of the cattle marketed now is in that kind of range, so he's very adequate. He handles really nice. That's a really good steer, as I said. He just come up against a really good one to land in second. We round out the class with the Hereford mark steer. Very well fed and finished, but a steer that just can't manage with the show steers above him, just gives up a little luck through his front end and to compete any higher.
So in the Hereford class, we had first was number 114, Ben and Maya McCory and Sophie Sanderson, shown by Derek Sanderson. Second goes to number 95, Matthew McNeil, shown by Julie Ramsey. And third went to number 105, Ryan Boswell. The Champion Hereford Memorial Trophy was donated by Billy Hayden.
Well, the boys in the steer barn are putting on a show for us now. We wanted to take some time on this pair of steers. I can't think they're going to roll a lot of class winners in here like this pair here. I know we've got our 4-H champion here. We just love this pair. So we're going to spend a little time walking them. Both are as sound as a cat. We're going to go with this open steer to win the class, mainly on that front third. As we profile these steers, we just love the way the shoulders laid in and that front third up in through his neck. Both are power steers, lots of width and dimension. Probably a little more hip in our reserve steer, but again, once you get into the front third, he's a little bigger frame score, which is fine. But as you get into his shoulder, he gets a little more bold in his shoulder and just a tick more thickness up through his chest and neck area. But this is a power pair of steers. It really went together nicely.
So for the Hereford class, grand champion goes to number 114, Ben and Maya McCory and Sophie Sanderson, shown by Derek Sanderson. And reserve champion goes to number 117, Austin Potts. So we are looking for 2 entries in the limousine class, number 93, James and Charlotte Worth, and number 108, David and Brett Francis. I'd ask for the first and second place 4-H limousine exhibitors, number 89, Daniel Natty, and number 115, Parker Smith, to be ready to come back into the ring following the placings of this class.
Yeah, limo division in our open show. Nicely fed pair of steers here, similar frame size. The black steer, we just really like the way he handles, very balanced. Nice up through his front end. I think a little freer moving steer up through his front third. We put him in motion. Once he gets him stuck on the profile there, really gives a nice look from the side. Red steer, again, really well fed, market ready steer. Just gets a little restricted in his movement, I think, to move him any higher. A nice pair of similar type and design.
So first place goes to number 93, James and Charlotte Worth, and second place goes to number 108, David and Brett Francis.
this overall limo division, we kind of fell in love with this smaller steer earlier in the day, probably right in the hunt in that overall for the 4-H. Had he been a little bigger, I think he'd give the big boys a go. Steer we followed up in the reserve was our open steer. Really a nice bodied steer, well balanced. He just bang on for the day as far as his finish. He handles nice. You get in behind him, you really appreciate the amount of product he's bringing. Big hipped and topped, and just I think we went with the show steer, maybe a steer that we just fell in love with earlier today to win the overall.
So for the limousine class, the grand champion went to number 89, Daniel Natty, and the reserve champion, number 93, to James and Charlotte Worth. We are looking for one entry in the main Anjou class, number 101, Kyle Yunker and Glenn Ford. I'd ask for the first and second place 4-H main Anjou exhibitors, number 104 Kinley Duncan and number 88 Gabrielle Natty, to be ready to come back into the ring following the placings of this class.
Single entry in the main division. Nicely fed steer. Not a lot of hair to cover up anything. I mean, what you see is what you get. And big package, handles nice. A lot of good product in this steer. He gives up some freedom of movement when we put him in motion. But in general, this is a well-fed steer, market ready for today. overall main division. We're going to use this open steer to win. A lot more overall product in this steer, really massive. You get in behind him, great big hip, good top steer, market ready. He gets a little restricted in his movement, but I think just brings a little more product, a little more market ready than the steer we have that follows up. I like this steer fairly well in reserve as well until you get him into motion there and he just gets a little softer on his posture. But I think he's probably a little longer bodied steer than the one beating him, but I think he just gives up a little red meat and volume to the steer that leads the class.
For the main Anjou, the grand champion went to number 101, Kyle Junker and Glenn Ford, and reserve champion went to number 104, Kinley Duncan. Next up is the shorthorn class. We're looking for 2 exhibitors, number 97, Matthew McNeil, and number 127, Matthias Drake. I'd ask for the first and second place 4-H shorthorn exhibitors, number 84 Sawyer Acorn and number 116 Addison Potts, to be ready to come back into the ring following the placing of this class.
I believe a shorthorn class we've got here, you couldn't get them any different in their type and kind, but we've kind of we're going to use this big red steer. Unbelievable length of body to the steer. He gets out and moves really well for a steer this size. Steer handles with a huge top, nice in behind his shoulder. Really nice package here in this red steer. Steer it follows up is very nice when you see him on the profile once he gets him stuck and set up. Really nice profiling steer, elevated through his front end, nice through his neck. And then when we put him into motion, he gets a little restricted in his movement off both ends. I just like to free him up a little, and he's just getting outpowered by a steer that outweighs him here and gives up a little product and red meat to the big red steer winning the class.
So for the Shorthorn, first place went to number 97, Matthew McNeil, and second went to number 127, Matthias Drake.
Yeah, in the Shar final drive here, we've gone with our 4-H steers. There's a lot of people in Canada make a living with these kind of cattle, these big Shar cross steers. Really power steer winning the show, or the Shar division here. We liked him earlier. Just very complete, well-fed pair of steers, really. And just a little further along in his condition on our champion steer for that reserve to come up any further in class, but a nice pair of good yellow steers.
So for the Shorthorn class, the grand champion goes to number 84 Acorn, and reserve champion went to number 116 Addison Potts. So we're looking for 5 entries for our open Simmental class. Number 96, Matthew and Brian McNeil. Number 100, Ronnie Ford. Number 109, David and Brett Francis. Number 121, Isaac and Caleb Drake. Number 123, Austin and Ian Drake. I'd ask the first place 4-H Simmental exhibitor to be ready to come back into the ring following the placing of this class, number 118 Nolan Potts.
Well, again, we took a little more time, and I apologize. This class, there's a little give and take with a few of these, and nothing really fit here. The trouble we had is with the red steer. He's a good steer. We like him a lot, but I think we're going to use the black steer with, I think, the best top in him, and he handles extremely well right in behind his shoulder, long-bodied. Steer with a nice pattern. He can get set up and look pretty good, and then he gets a little bent out of shape at times, but I think overall, I think he's going to hang the best carcass. We like the type and design of this red steer awfully well. Where I come down on him a bit, when you handle him down over his rib, he gets a little open rib and breaks a little in behind his shoulder. He's not quite the smooth top that this black steer's got ahead of him, but we really like this steer a lot, especially getting behind this red steer. Just brings a lot of power and product. Steer in third tied in pretty well with this top three here. We liked him awfully well. Gets a little out of shape on the move and carrying a little more in that front third. And a steer that just, he's slick-haired. What you see is what he is in him, and a really well-fed steer, handles nice, really a nice package. Next pair are similar in design. We use the steer in fourth, just a little more hip and muscle shaped than the steer that rounds out the class. And the steer on the end just got outperformed by bigger, stouter steers.
Okay, so first place goes to number 96, Matthew and Brian McNeil. Second goes to number 109, David and Brett Francis. Third goes to number 100, Ronnie Ford, shown by Kyle Yunker. Fourth goes to number 121, Isaac and Caleb Drake. And fifth goes to number 123, Austin and Ian Drake, as shown by Isaiah Drake. And keep an eye out for him because he'll be back to show in the Pee Wee class. And just a reminder, after the overall Grand and Reserve champion, there's going to be a Pee Wee class. If you haven't registered, come up here to the announcer's booth and let us know.
this final breed drive here. We're going to elect to use the 4-H champion. We love this calf when he come in. I give him the benefit of the doubt of a little immature as far as his conditioning. I think put 2 months on this calf. I mean, he's everything we look for in clean weight, just sound. 2 months of feed. This sucker's just getting good, I think, in my mind. And when we follow up with our open steer that is there as far as a mature steer goes with lots of product market ready.
Okay, so for the Simmental class, the grand champion goes to number 118, Nolan Potts, and the reserve champion goes to number 96, Matthew and Brian McNeil. We're looking for 5 entries in our Open Angus class. We're looking for number 82, Robert Holmes, number 98, Logan Ford, number 110, David and Brett Francis, number 113, Colby McCory and Derek Sanderson, number 124, Austin and Ian Drake. I'd ask for the first and second place 4-H Angus exhibitors, number 91 Harper Ramsey and number 102 Caleb Drake, to be ready to come back into the ring following the placings of this class.
Well, this one took a lot of give and take, and I guess we got to explain this one. We saw this first steer, the lead steer, come into the class, really liked him. He's youthful. He's only 12 and a half, but he's really handles nice. He is market ready. He does give up the power and the size, and he was kind of one of those steers, he's going to go first or third because we like this steer in second so well. Were we in trouble, you get him in on the move, and he's just restricted and shorter strided, but just a big, powerful steer. But we went with the youthfulness, the correctness of the front end, and you get him out on the move, and I think this steer winning the class is probably the best show steer. He just gives up some red meat and product to the steer that's probably been there a little longer, more market ready, or maybe just a tick past, but just big volume steers. The steers, we really like to steer up through his, in second, we really like him up through his front end, and just a little cleaner made up through that front third than the steer we have that follows him in third. But second and third are similar in their type and design, big power steers, lots of hip, lots of well-finished steers. Then we move into the next steer in class. He just gets a little awkward on the move when we want him to move around the ring. Just gets a little shorter and just gives up some volume to the two steers above him. And as we round out the class, we give up a little bit of power as well, some width and width the hip and down the top. This is a really interesting class of steers.
Okay, so in our Open Angus class, first goes to number 98, Logan Ford. Second goes to number 82, Robert Holmes. Third goes to number 110, David and Brett Francis. Fourth goes to number 113, Colby McCory and Derek Sanderson. Fifth goes to number 124, Austin and Ian Drake, shown by Annie Drake, who will also be showing in our Pee Wee class. So the Champion Angus Memorial Trophy is donated by Frank Much.
4-H steer will be your champion. We're following up with the Champion Open steer. Tough to get around this big powerhouse here. He's probably as big a hip as we had in a final drive yet. So nice pair of steers, tight together fairly well. Just a big powerhouse here to win and follow up with a real show steer here for a reserve.
So the Angus Grand Champions, number 91, Harper Ramsey, and the reserve champion, number 98, to Logan Ford, and the trophy will be presented by Dora McKinley. Okay, so we're looking for 3 entries in our any other breed class. Number 94, James and Alan Worth. Number 102, Cody Cudmore. And number 111, Ben and Maya McCory and Sophie Sanderson. I'd ask at the first place 4-H any other breed exhibitor, Madison Perch, number 119, to be ready to come back into the ring following the placings of this class. I'd also like to remind, after the overall Grand and Reserve Champion, there will be a class best pair of steers. That's the best pair of steers of any breed or breeds from one homestead. If you'd like to be in that, can you come let us know at the announcing booth? Thank you.
think we've got a close one here. We elected to use this red and white steer. He is the eye catcher with the color and the look, of course. I think he's adequately finished for market. He's definitely got the look from the side. Steer, comparing him to the good steer we have in second, I think there's a little more lower quarter in this red and white steer. Follows a little further down on his leg, a little wider pin, you get in behind him, just a little more hip. Probably just a tick further on in his degree of finish than the black steer we have in second. We sure like the movement on this steer in second. That's how much do you give up on movement to let this red steer, and that's our fault on this red steer. He gets restricted in his movement really on both ends, but especially just a little steep in his shoulder, giving him a shorter stride. He's obviously sound enough to get to his weight and whatnot now, but we really love how fluid this black steer is on the move. I think he's just getting there. He's just getting good. Probably a month from now, that steer's probably going to win the class. But as you get in behind him, you can kind of see there's a little more product in this red and white steer, and that's where we'd like a little more maturity on this black steer, and he'd win the class. And then we round out the class with the black and white steer that just gives up some look to what we've got ahead of him, but a steer that's well finished and going to hang a great carcass. He just can't compete with the steers, with the look and style of the two steers that are beating him.
So in our any other breed class, first goes to number 111, Ben and Maya McCory and Sophie Sanderson, shown by Jacqueline Sanderson. In second, number 94, James and Alan Worth, shown by Julie Ramsey. And in third, number 102, Cody Cudmore. Just a reminder to stick around after the selection of the overall Grand and Reserve. There will be two more classes, the best pair of steers and the Pee Wee class.
division will keep this pair of steers together. Not a lot between these, very complete, fresh, youthful steers. Nice pair to be champion in reserve.
Okay, so in the any other breed, the grand champion went to number 111, Ben and Maya McCory and Sophie Sanderson, shown by Jacqueline Sanderson, and the reserve champion went to number 94, James and Alan Worth, shown by Julie Ramsey. So for the overall grand and reserve champion, we're looking for the grand champions from each class, and then for the reserves to be on standby, and they'll go as follows: the 4-H champion, and then the Charlet champion, Heifer champion, Hereford, the Limousine, the Maine Anjou, Shorthorn, Simmental, Angus, followed by the any other breed.
We're getting to the exciting part now on the final drive here. Firstly, thanks to our ringmen there, Molly and Wade, and the people in the back that marshaling cattle and getting them to the ring. And of course, the show for your invitation for Amanda and I to come and sort the cattle. It's really quite an honor to be here for Easter Beef 23. We tried to do this in 2020, but things got pretty crazy about this time at home and here as well. I can't believe it's 3 years ago. But anyway, this is a pretty darn nice final drive here. This isn't easy. We try and do this at home too with breeding and selecting stock and all the tools in the world right now with modern AI and different flushing programs. You can use the best bull on your best cow and it just somehow doesn't click, and it may take some of these breeders several years to find something that does work. And oftentimes when it finally does, you get a heifer. But anyway, this is quite an industry, really. We work in it every day. I don't know any other industry that is like the beef industry. You know, any employee or owner that works 7 days a week and overtime, and then manages to set his alarm clock to get up every 2 or 3 hours to check his business. It sounds a little crazy, but that's the lifestyle we live. And you might find yourself in a barn pulling a newborn calf at 3 o'clock in the morning on a cold winter's morning. And all that, and when things don't go right and you lose one, that terrible feeling that when you just can't save them. And the feeling that you carry for a while, and it's got nothing to do with a dollar bill, it's just sort of what you do and you move on. But Min and I both live that lifestyle, and I'm proud to say I do. I'm proud to share the building with a bunch of people that live that way as well. So this has been a lot of fun. We've enjoyed this. We got to work with good cattle, and we'll go out and name a champion and get you a reserve, and good luck with the sale to all the exhibitors.
So congratulations to our overall grand champion, number 114, Ben and Maya McCory and Sophie Sanderson, shown by Derek Sanderson. And our reserve grand champion went to number 117, Austin Potts. So next in the ring, we're looking for best pair of steers. Okay, so for best pair of steers, we have first is the Potts family farm, second is David and Brett Francis, and third is Austin and Ian Drake. Next up in the ring will be our Pee Wee class, and we're looking for Case Matheson, Isaiah Drake, Alen Francis, Florence Francis, and Felix Francis. Thank you to our Pee Wee class. That wraps up our show for 2023. Thanks to all exhibitors, spectators, sponsors, and volunteers who helped to make the show a success. Thanks also to our judges, Jeff and Amanda Scott. Our sale begins tomorrow at 1 p.m. Buyers will be here on the Trade Center floor, and we will encourage you to join us on our live stream feed. There is a link to the live stream on the Easter Beef's Facebook page.